2, sí. 1, 2, 3, sí. 2, 2. 2.
Hola, buenos días. Les pedimos que comience a sentarse, por favor, poner sus celulares en silencio para comenzar una hora lo más cercana a la realidad. Hola, buenos días. Les pedimos que tomen asiento. Aquí en el centro hay varios asientos para que no se agrupen arriba.
Recording in progress.
Les pedimos que pongan en silencio sus celulares, por favor. Aprovecho mientras se están sentando de agradecer a nuestros partners, a la Cámara Chilena de la Construcción por el lugar. Gracias a ello estamos hoy día acá. A la Facultad de Economía y Negocios de la Universidad de Chile, que nos permite replicar este evento de manera online, con workshops que también se van a realizar online. Al World Energy Council, que nos ha ayudado a juntar al mundo de la energía y también luego a apoyarnos para que EY haga el workshop posterior. Y por supuesto a todos nuestros sponsors, a nuestro sponsor Gold Aclara, Antofagasta Minerals, EY, SQM y Entity Data. También el apoyo de Tsunami para la difusión del evento. Me pregunto ahí el equipo de producción, ¿todo listo para comenzar? Excelente, entonces, muy buenos días. Damos comienzo a este primer evento post pandemia de la oficina regional del MIT Sloan. Y para lo mismo quiero darle la bienvenida a Lee Ullman, Senior Director del MIT Sloan.
Muy buenos días y bienvenido a nuestra conferencia. Es un placer estar en Santiago de nuevo con ustedes. Como mencionó Javiera, este evento es el primer evento que MIT está haciendo en Chile presencialmente en más de 2 años. Quiero agradecer a nuestros partners, auspiciadores, los exalumnos del MIT y todos que apoyaron de organizar este evento. Y ahora que ya escucharon a mi acento tan gringo, voy a cambiar a inglés. So, this event is being led by the MIT Sloan Latin America office. The office is the first international programming office of MIT anywhere in the world, outside of Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was started here in Santiago de Chile almost 10 years ago with the support and guidance of the MIT Sloan Latin America Office Advisory Council, our alumni, and thanks to the Luksic family. From the very beginning, we combined MIT knowledge with local partners to solve the most important issues affecting Chile, Latin America, and the world. There is no doubt that energy transition and a green future is among the most, if not the most important challenge the world is now facing. Our model is to work locally with partners, collaborators, friends with a global and innovative mindset. It is not lost on me or anyone in the audience the significance of today, 18 de octubre. I was here 3 years ago, and the image of the Enel building, an energy company being burnt, is etched in my memory. I don't think we should ignore the symbolism of that image and memory. Mining and energy is part of the Chilean past, present, and future, and it is part of the psyche of the Chilean people. We, as MIT, are not here today to teach you how to do what you all know how to do so well. What we hope to achieve today is to initiate a discussion and dialogue on how to be more responsible and help build the green future. Without countries like Chile, the notion of a more green or sustainable future is unrealistic. It is our desire that what you hear today will be the impetus for new collaborations between academia, the private sector, and the public sector. It is only when all three of these actors work together will we be able to solve or change the dangerous path we are currently heading down. The goal of the conference and the workshop is to provide a platform from which to listen and share each other's ideas on how we can move the dialogue in the right direction and take action before it is too late. Again, I would very much like to thank all of you for being here today, our sponsors, our partners, and finally, the host of this event, the Cámara Chilena de Construcción, for being able to allow us to be in this wonderful space. So please help me welcome the past president of the Cámara, a friend of MIT, Patricio Donoso.
Muy buenos días. Lo primero, Lee, decirle que nuestra casa es su casa, así que siéntanse muy acogidos en este lugar. Estuve hace un par de semanas también visitando Boston, en MIT, fuimos muy bien recibidos también, así que esto ya es una hermandad. También recuerdo, escuchando tus palabras, el 18 de octubre, hace 3 años, y me tocó inaugurar ese día un seminario en este mismo lugar, así que espero que el desarrollo sea distinto. Pero por cierto, va a ser distinto. Hemos evolucionado. Bueno, sean todos muy bienvenidos, estimados socios, socias, amigos, bueno, todos los que están aquí presentes. Es para mí un honor poder dirigir estas breves palabras de bienvenida a tan significativa actividad. Estar hablando aquí hoy de cómo abordamos la sustentabilidad de la producción de nuestra industria es un hecho que seguro está marcando el presente, pero principalmente va a marcar nuestro futuro. Hay un consenso que es global de lo necesario que es enfrentar la escasez de los recursos naturales para seguir habitando el planeta Tierra. Simples palabras, gran desafío. Todos los días pensamos en cómo nos vamos a alimentar en el futuro, de qué manera tendremos acceso al agua, o si los recursos nos alcanzarán para que vivamos todos de manera equitativa. Bueno, de eso se trata la sustentabilidad y la sostenibilidad, de buscar y aplicar maneras creativas que nos permitan seguir viviendo de manera adecuada, que nos permita proyectar nuestra forma de vida. Bueno, y compartir este desafío con una mirada global es lo que resulta relevante de este encuentro. Poder escuchar y debatir con destacados profesores, expertos en sustentabilidad, que nos ofrecen sus investigaciones y nos invitan a aplicarlas en distintas áreas. Resulta relevante, además, saber cómo los modelos de sostenibilidad pueden ayudar a ordenar un territorio, por ejemplo, hacer crecer ciudades de manera amigable y darle cabida a todos sus habitantes con condiciones de acceso a servicios, transportes, áreas verdes, etc. Es un sueño de nuestra organización, la Cámara Chilena de la Construcción, que tiene desde siempre construir mejores ciudades, que sean inclusivas, donde todos podamos ser parte y disfrutar de ellas. Y hoy podemos estar más cerca que nunca de llevar a la práctica un modelo que nos ayude a diseñar o a lograr este objetivo. Hace algunos meses firmamos un acuerdo con el City Science Lab del MIT para implementar su modelo de diseño urbano en la región del Biobío, no aquí en Santiago, sino que en regiones, en la región del Biobío. Y es un orgullo estar en esta alianza y ser testigos de cómo esta iniciativa puede ser el inicio de un cambio revolucionario y altamente positivo, no solamente para la región del Biobío, queremos partir ahí, pero desde ahí queremos llegar a todo el país. Pero para comprometerse con la sostenibilidad no es una tarea que se encomienda a otros, es una tarea diaria y de cada uno de nosotros. Como gremio impulsamos el Compromiso PRO, iniciativa que motiva a las empresas de la construcción a seguir modelos para ser más sostenibles en áreas tan diversas como el cuidado del medio ambiente, a través de la economía circular, la relación con las comunidades, la manera de vincularse con los trabajadores y trabajadoras, la relación con los proveedores y clientes, entre otros pilares. Porque todo forma parte de lo mismo, de un enorme sistema que nos lleva a pensar, que nos lleva a vivir y ser más sostenibles. Pero quiero ser honesto, estamos recién empezando este camino, al menos en esta industria en Chile, pero tenemos la convicción que en poco tiempo podremos hablar de modelos sostenibles que formarán parte del cotidiano de nuestro quehacer. Muchas gracias, sean muy bienvenidos y nuevamente, esta casa es su casa.
Muchas gracias, Patricio. Te vamos a cobrar la palabra. Ahora invitamos a José Gregorio. José Gregorio es decano de la Facultad de Economía y Negocios de la Universidad de Chile, expresidente del Banco Central, priministro de Economía, Minería y Energía. Es además Non-Resident Senior Fellow en el Peterson Institute of International Economics y parte del Consejo de MIT Sloan Latinoamérica. Bienvenido, José.
Buenos días, es un gusto estar aquí, conocer este edificio espectacular que ayer lo veía desde el frente, así que felicitaciones a la Cámara. Muchas gracias también a MIT por traer este evento en el cual nosotros hemos podido colaborar y que sin duda son de los temas que uno tiene que pensar urgente hacia el futuro, y esto es una muy buena instancia. El tema del cambio climático debe ser la principal amenaza para la comunidad, para la humanidad, esto ya como un lugar común. Afortunadamente, los deniers y todas estas cosas que vimos hace unos años atrás han estado disminuyendo porque la crisis climática podría tener efectos devastadores sobre el mundo y en muchos ámbitos, y en ámbitos que ni siquiera pensamos. Y una cosa que es interesante es, por ejemplo, y que a mí me toca verlo un poco más de cerca, el impacto que puede tener el cambio climático sobre el mundo financiero. Hoy día los bancos centrales, muchos dicen, se deberían preocupar del cambio climático, y están preocupados hace varios años, porque el impacto que podría tener una crisis climática sobre el precio de los activos, sobre las tasas de interés, podría también derrumbar el sistema financiero y tener muy graves consecuencias. Por lo tanto, es necesario tenerlo presente desde todos los ámbitos, y es como llama la atención lo importante y lo widespread, que es este tema. En Chile también el tema del cambio climático es fundamental. Yo diría que hay un conjunto de razones importantes y particulares al caso chileno.
And there are specific scenarios for this. We are mineral producers, minerals that are key towards the transition to clean energies, copper, to transmit energy, electricity as a conductor. This is and its role towards decarbonization and cleaner energies. We have very privileged conditions to contribute to the development of renewable energies, and we're seeing this mostly with the vast participation, vast share of these renewable power plants in the grid. It could be a blessing. As a child, one could think, why did God give us such a vast desert or such strong winds in the south? But now we can become leaders in green hydrogen, wind energy. So there's wishful thinking about what we can do in terms of energy. But we have our own demands as well about mining. The mining activity needs to take a step towards contributing to provide the materials towards decarbonization, which is indeed one of the main opportunities that this country has. I don't want to extend so much, but from the perspective of public policies, we need to contribute to climate change and not just be talking about good intentions and making big announcements, but not take action. One of the anecdotes that I've had on this path is that we're all saying like we don't want to use fossil fuels, but when prices of gas go up, we just inject more money as subsidies to the industry. We need to find welfare for the society, but it's a complicated issue. And one of the topics about public policies, I want to be brief, but it's not my specialty, though. I can be talking to you for 2 hours. Let me tell you that. I don't know if it happens to you, but when one speaks about something that's not your specialty, even with your language, you need to be very careful, and or you can extend. But anyways, first, I would like to say that we need pragmatism, practicality, we need to advance in this race of mineral provision and to contribute and become leaders in decarbonization. But this also requires to review the things that we're doing. Lithium is a typical case. We were discussing the creation of a public company, a state company for lithium, but it'll take us 10 years. We'll lose the momentum worldwide, but the concessions, well, that's another issue. For 2030, we would have to wait so that the current concessions expire. So we'll lose about 7 years of the price momentum that are actually including good prices. We need to be more pragmatic then. One must try to have more participation in the state if the concern is equity, but we cannot delay this participation due to ideological reasons. We are losing many developing economies that are sitting on large amounts of mineral, large amounts of ore, but are wasting it. That is why it's tremendously important to make use of this rent that minerals can provide. If anyone comes to our house and try to take all of the copper, we're going to charge, of course, and we must do it. Now, in second place, and another important topic is to keep incentives going, because we're arguing back and forth. Let me tell you about the specific case of the royalty to mining. When I was mining minister, well, I promoted this, but there are tax invariabilities. So one needs to think about how to maximize return for the country. And tax invariability was justified because we applied this when there was no financing to the developing economy, but there are things that are not justified today. Now, what's important again, and will require some pragmatism in it too, is to maximize the return that we have over those activities as a country beyond the external activities that it causes, but this is the tax base and we need to maximize that. Maximize the rate is far from being the best option. We need to know how to calibrate to become competitive. Chile is hugely competitive. What we were discussing just now about the importance that copper will gain in decarbonization gives us a good opportunity because it's not only about the mining, it's everything that comes next. And something that I learned not long ago is that the copper is not about the money that the state receives, but its entire consequence over the rest of the economic activity. The investment in mining is what it's promoted, boosted the cycle of mining of copper. And this leads me to my last point to close my speech. Another important thing about public policies is how we put some order in regulatory matters. And Chile is lacking in that area. It's messy, it's complicated. There are plenty of layers. A project can be just about to see the light at the end of the tunnel and another tunnel is added. We just saw that for a wind power plant for green hydrogen in Magallanes region. No one's saying that we shouldn't have regulation, that it shouldn't be harsh or strict, and that we shouldn't consider communities or all of the impacts that this economic activity has, because climate change now beyond the communities that are affected is important, but this doesn't mean that we should revisit this same issue 10 times. As a businessman told me was this, well, 2,000 questions were sent to us and we've answered 1,999 questions 3 times or 10 times. This is something that could have a major impact. The Chilean economy next year will have a recession, what we technically call a recession. Basically, according to the central bank and the Ministry of Finance, it won't grow or fall a point. That is the scenario that's relatively reasonable. However, with a certain optimism in terms of investment, we can have, well, the main problem is that one says projects are delayed, but still conducted. But 3 years in the midst of a recession can become too severe. But we cannot discard then that next year, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't prevent regulations or start like ruining the environment to do that, but clearly the cost that this excessive regulatory burden is having, sometimes with large degrees of random activities, when sometimes there's a district and the project is canceled in the middle of the project, everything adds to that. There's a major delay in the implementation. That will mean that we'll have less projects in the future, and there's a recession in the future that could make it even more severe. So for next year, one cannot rule out that year, precisely because we haven't been able for many years with spoken about regulation, how we're going to fix this. But this is something that is coming since I was a minister 20 years ago. I was saying, how do we do this more like faster or more effective? And it's worse and worse every time. Due to good action, like caring for the environment or caring for the communities, caring for the biodiversity, we are adding a huge amount of locks and issues that will affect economic activity. And in the end, we'll finish with the worst consequences for the people that we're trying to help.
So I hope that the reflections today are contributing to the thinking of how do we contribute to the regulation of the mining, and how, as a country, we can push forward and actually benefit from the different transformations we have to go through to fight back the climate change. And with this, I'm going to finish, and I'm going to leave with you just the main speakers. And actually, I'm just filling in here. John, it is director of the MIT Environmental Solutions Initiative. He is working in the Department of Architecture and Construction. He was the founder of the Urban Metabolism Group, center in the intensity and the resources of the cities and the development of the new civilization. It is also the director of AC, Environmental Solutions Initiative, and actually he works with the professors of MIT. He has an amazing capacity in our community to contribute to deal with the climate change and other environmental challenges we have been facing. He has given a lot of conferences, speaks to everyone, mainly with mining companies, Anglo America, Rio Tinto, BHP, talking about these topics related to environment and solutions that are environmentally friendly. Today, he is going to talk about the business in the Anthropocene, risk and rewards of a science-based approach to profit and prosperity. Thank you very much. Welcome, John.
Okay.
Just to start, my last name is Fernandez, but I'm going to speak in English. Lo siento, en realidad. Entonces, ¿puedo hablar rápidamente? Porque tengo mucho que entregar hoy, pero voy a tratar de ser lo más claro posible. Por favor, hagan preguntas. Si no está claro, voy a tratar de dejar un poco de tiempo para preguntas al final, pero creo que he venido en gran camino porque en realidad quiero entregarles toda esta información. Tengo muchas diapositivas. El mensaje igual es bastante simple. De hecho, cuando comencemos ahora, lo primero que quiero hacer es agradecer los auspiciadores. Muchísimas gracias por hacer que este evento ocurra. Muchas gracias a tu MIT Sloan Latinoamérica y en particular Javiera por la organización de armar todo esto. Muchísimas gracias a la Cámara Chilena de la Construcción por estas instalaciones fantásticas. En realidad no me podría sentir más cómodo aquí, así que espero que sea muy bueno. Gracias también a José por sus comentarios. De hecho, quisiera comenzar con eso porque estamos más allá de la época de la negación. Todavía tenemos un poco, pero en realidad bastante lo hemos superado ya, porque en realidad ya no se puede negar el cambio climático. Y ahora estamos en el periodo de este pensamiento positivo o wishful thinking. Y es parte de mi trabajo sacarnos de esta etapa.
Dangerous as denial. And so the next phase will be, okay, so what do we really do? The title of this presentation, Business and the Anthropocene, is purposefully those two words, business and Anthropocene, in the title, because business is absolutely critical to climate actions. Without the private sector, we will not solve climate change. Full stop. But we are in the Anthropocene. So the Anthropocene, as Jose did refer, uncertainty in this next 1,000 years, right? We've entered and we're not going to leave the Anthropocene for a long time, is the new business environment. And this new business environment includes adjusting the way that businesses do their work. Mining does extraction. Business management approaches their clients. Finance considers projects. Insurance considers risks. Everything is changing in the Anthropocene. In the Anthropocene, there are risks and rewards. The risks, I'll talk about the first part of the presentation is about climate change. The rewards are that, and let me say it now, we need much, much more mining in the world. We need to extract much more material. I'm going to give examples of how much we need to extract because we're making a huge transition from a fuel-based economy to a mineral-based economy, fuel-based energy systems to mineral-based energy systems. And so the risks are climate change. The rewards are that, not to be too crass about it, but mining is going to be doing very well in the next 20 years until 2035, very, very well. The more they want to produce, the more they get paid. So they're going to do very well. However, business today around the world in many different industrial sectors are still removed from science, not close enough to science. And that's where wishful thinking is happening. Marketing departments, sustainability offices are making commitments that they are going to have to pull back. They're going to have to revise in just 4 or 5 years because they've not based their commitments, their carbon reduction commitments and other environmental commitments on science. So my basic message today is that we have to get much closer to science for there to be profit and prosperity for everyone, for communities, for the marginalized, for the least able to contend with the worst consequences of climate change. Okay, so that's essentially the outline of what I'm going to be talking about today. Of course, I'm focusing to some extent on mining, but my comments really can be applied very broadly. Why do I have any authority to talk about this? Well, today now, the past couple of years, I probably talked to 2 to 3 companies a week, and multinationals, from Accenture to fossil fuel to Enel, Total, to companies like Renner, an apparel company in Brazil. Many, many different. Mondelez is a food company. I talked to an enormous variety of companies. And the common thread is that they are all at a point in their business thinking that they know they have a problem and they don't know what to do. Mining is a little bit ahead, actually, of many companies and industrial sectors that I talked to, but still, my point is much closer integration with science. And that also means that scientists need to approach companies, need to not be afraid of working with companies directly. So I'll say some things about mining, but my comments are generally applied to business, many different kinds of businesses. The presentation is in 3 chapters. Having my face up there is kind of strange. So I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I'll stand in front of it. So the chapters: climate has changed, decarbonization drives rematerialization, and carbon offsets, circular economy, and other fallacies. And this is the point where I think we need to get beyond wishful thinking. Carbon offsets is wishful thinking, absolutely. So let me start then. Climate has changed. So I have until 10 o'clock. I'm going to go through this very quickly because you know a lot that needs to be known about climate change. I want to emphasize some things though, because I actually did refer to the fact that you can't deny climate any longer because it's everywhere. It's not only in India, but in Central Europe with floods, in the United States on the East Coast with frequent regular flooding along the eastern seaboard, and in places like Portland, Oregon, where they went through an extreme heat event. And in Portland, like in Lisbon, and like in the UK, they don't have air conditioners. They don't use air conditioners. So to have temperatures that are, 37, 38, 40, 42 in Portland is hugely problematic, and it's more lethal in a mild climate like the Pacific Northwest of the United States than it is in the Southwest of the United States, where everybody has air conditioners, right? So the ability to cope, people are caught off guard with these extreme events. And we know 30 million people, 33 million people displaced in Pakistan recently, a third of the country underwater. But here's the interesting point for me. Are we doing anything differently today because this happened? Really? Not so much, not really. We as humans are strange animals. We can see this and say, well, okay, I'm somewhere else. So crises have to be above a certain level for us to respond. And let me tell you that they will happen well beyond what's happened in Pakistan. And maybe I'll pause here for a second to say, I'm very aware that talking about climate change is a very somber topic. It's a depressing topic. So I really want to get through this actually pretty quickly because we know the challenges. So the climate change is part of what's called the Great Acceleration, the greatest acceleration in many things, from air transport, travel, to CO2 emissions, per capita emissions, the generally greenhouse gas emissions, population, food consumption, water withdrawals, all of this is the great acceleration, the hockey stick diagram, where because of population, all of a sudden in the past 100 years, there's been an explosion in consumption. Interestingly enough, the red is the pandemic, and I'll talk about that in a moment, where everything went down. And that great acceleration now needs a response. We now need to rapidly decarbonize the global economy. So climate change, acting on climate change is actually very simple. It's not complicated. The how to do it is complicated, but what we should do is very simple. And that is, on a decadal basis, every 10 years, we need to reduce our carbon emissions by 50%. So between 2020 and 2030, 50%, same in the next decade and same in the final. So that you get down to a point where roughly 40 gigatons CO2 per year today, 20 in 2030, 10, and down to 5 in 2050. And once you're at 5, then we're matching that 5 with an increase in the capture of carbon dioxide and mechanized capture. So the direct air capture, which hasn't really started yet, super expensive. And what do you do with 5 gigatons of CO2 once you've captured it? Big material handling problem. This translates to 7% reduction in carbon emissions per year. We ran an experiment recently, a global experiment, unintended experiment, in the pandemic. The pandemic shut down major parts of the economy: industrial production, transportation, business activities in the built environment, in the central city business districts. And what that experiment told us something, that when that happens, carbon emissions actually were reduced significantly, 5.4%. But 5.4% is not 7%. So we almost completely shut down the economy and didn't get to 7%. So here's one sobering fact. We're not going to be able to do rapid carbonization. We're not going to be able to do the minus 7%. That's just, for me, that's now a fact. Of course, it's in the future, it's a prediction, who knows. But for me, it's a fact. We're not going to be able to do that. So what happens is then the rest of this talk, okay? One additional point is, after 2020, what then happened? There was a lot of talk during 2020 about, oh, the pandemic is a model for us to consider how to change our economy. When we come back out of the pandemic, we need to really reduce our carbon emissions, and we need to be very mindful. Well, what happened? In 2021, carbon emissions went up by 6%, the largest increase in carbon emissions ever in history, both in percentage terms and also in absolute terms. 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide emitted new. So this very problematic. So what's the challenge? The challenge is that between 2020 and 2050, we have global population increase from 7.7 to 9.7 billion. November 15, in less than a month, the global population will be 8 billion, will pass 8 billion. At the same time, we have what I just described is different numbers, but roughly 40 down to 24, 14, and ultimately the 5 gigatons of carbon dioxide in 2050. So this is the scale of the problem. 30% population increase globally and an 85% reduction in the carbon emissions. So the question of equity immediately comes to mind. So we need to be able to do this in a sustainable manner. The Sustainable Development Goals is the framework in which to do this. But of course, that has to translate down into local communities and working with the marginalized. The IPCC 6th assessment report in the last couple of years has laid all of this out in no uncertain terms, very, very clear. And the consequences of climate change are in real time on a daily basis. And we know these are actually old. These are from several years ago. And the loss of sea ice in Greenland, the loss of the ice cover in Greenland, and the loss of ice in Antarctica is proceeding just as predicted, and maybe a little bit more accelerated than projected by models. And we see then that things like massive flooding. So in this case, this example, just by sea level rise in the Bay of Bengal, 18 million people will be displaced. When this article came out, it shocked people, but don't forget, 30 million people were just displaced. So our level of ability to act is questionable under these really massive scenarios. So we know then, given what I said before, that we will likely pass 1.5 degrees Celsius average surface warming on the planet. That's a threshold after which tipping points, runaway effects that lead to greater warming might kick in. So we know this is going to happen, and we know that I know this is a lot of material. I'm trying to go through it relatively quickly so we have time for other things. So we know once we pass 1.5 degrees, that a 1 in 10 year extreme heat event becomes a 4.1 times in 10 years extreme heat event. A 1 in 50 extreme heat event at 1.5 becomes an 8.6 times in 50-year event. So you can see the increase in risk is exponential. So that leads to what I just referred to, tipping points, which are those runaway effects like methane release from the tundra, from subarctic zones, the succession of the Amazon from a tropical forest into a savanna. Already, the eastern Amazon, the entire portion of the eastern Amazon, is now a net carbon emitter on an annual basis. It releases more carbon than it absorbs. The ice shelf in the Antarctic and other tipping points are what we are facing. This is a very, if you have read so I can tell you that the climate scientists, their models and their predictions have been extremely accurate. They are predicting these things. We need to take them very seriously. And so this is where business and the Anthropocene, so how do you deal with this information as a business? One thing I wanted to mention before I go on is that I know this is maybe not the nicest thing to say, but the conferences of the parties have failed. They failed. I think we can just say, they have not worked. Hopefully, maybe in the future in COP27, and they will have some successes. But we can say 1 to 26 absolutely failed, did not have an effect. And part of the reason that is that governments have not committed. They have not delivered on their commitments. So I don't want to blame the UN. It's really, the UN is countries, right? So it's really the countries that have not committed to actions. And the best measure of that is the amount of climate financing that has been delivered. And by 2020, it's really, this should be closer to $1 trillion today. It's only about half. But the predictions are that by 2030, we're already at $4 trillion that are required. Now, the positive message here is that the private sector is actually beginning to step up. And the private sector, by way of investment, by way of positive, action-oriented investment, is contributing a great deal more money. And the private sector has a lot more money than governments do. So this is the private sector, extremely important, really critical. I'm going to pass by this because I want to move on. Okay, so that was all climate change. I did that in like 18 minutes, all right? So let's move on. What does this mean for mining, but for energy systems as well? Because really mining, to a great extent, is at the service of a transition in energy systems. One academic fact to keep in mind in terms of material flows, I've done a lot of work, as I mentioned, in my urban metabolism group, and part of what we do is we track material flows. For example, we account for the materials required of urban economies. What materials, water, energy do cities need of different sizes and different development levels. And this is work that was produced from, I pulled this together from many different papers. During the 20th century, the population increased by 4 times. Materials extraction, so the materials that were extracted from the earth, and that includes, that does not include water, but includes everything else, increased by 8 times. Affluence, however, the creation of wealth, increased by 20 times. So population increased at a smaller rate than materials extraction than affluence. That's actually a positive message. We created more affluence per unit of materials per person than per person, right? We did that, and that's a positive message because we lifted living standards. 1 billion people in the last 20 years were pulled out of abject poverty. But the other interesting thing about this is you can argue then that the economy was more material efficient at the end of the 20th century at the beginning. The material intensity in the year 2000, really only 40% of what the material intensity was at the beginning of the 20th century. And the reason for that, it's always smarter in industry and any activity to use less materials to create profit, to create wealth. If I can use a little bit less or a little bit less material to create 1 unit of wealth, I will do that. It's a smart business move. The other fact, academic fact that I want to introduce is that around 1960, the global economy reverted from a society based primarily on renewable materials to a society based substantially on non-renewable materials. And 2 factors, the mineralization of our energy systems, but more so the urbanization of the world. So around 2008, the world passed 50% people living in cities, and that will increase for the next several decades. And when you make cities, you make them out of non-renewable materials. You make them out of concrete, steel, and other non-renewable materials. And of course, fossil fuels are part of the non-renewable materials mix here. Okay, so for us to be able to contend with climate change, as I mentioned, as I went through climate change in 18 minutes, we are moving from a fuel-intensive to a mineral-intensive energy system because these devices, these systems, stationary energy systems of large-scale concentrated solar farms, offshore wind installations are intensive in materials and do not need a fuel input. The fuel input is solar radiation for both of them, right? Because wind is driven by solar radiation. So that's where this is the grand transition. And of course, a material intensive energy system means that now the primary role in the private sector for low carbon transition are mining companies, is my way of looking at this, versus fossil energy companies. The result then, however, is that there's a huge challenge to be met. To meet the Paris Agreement goals, mineral demand will increase dramatically, many, many times. Depends on the material that you're looking at. 4 times is kind of a general number. Copper demand, for example, will double. Copper demand, let's make sure we're clear. I didn't say supply, but demand will double by 2035. We will need more by 2035. And also notice the date. I'm not talking about 2050. I'm talking about less than 12 years from now, right? So we're talking in the really, really critical period is this next 8 to 10 to 12 years. That's the really critical period. What we do in the next 8 to 10 to 12 years will determine the nature of our existence on Earth for hundreds of years. It's a strange concept, right? It's no longer in the future. And 2050 is irrelevant for me. It's really 2035, which is more important. And this diagram just illustrates that need, that across many energy systems, geothermal, hydro, nuclear, bioenergy, electricity networks, and on, concentrated solar photovoltaic, electric vehicles, an important one there. There needs to be an increase in many different materials. Notice, though, that the materials for which there's a great need everywhere are not the rare earths. Those are extremely important materials, but they're steel, copper, aluminum, nickel. They're the primary metals. Those materials need to, because that wind turbine and that solar concentrator farm has an enormous amount of copper. The offshore wind has an enormous cable that needs to take that energy to land. So that's what's not generally known. Of course, lithium, indium, gallium, cobalt, of course, are extraordinarily important in certain energy systems, and you hear a lot about that. Now let's talk a little bit about copper. Copper has a high presence, an extremely critical role in many of these systems. And so you can read here that the high intensity use, solar photovoltaic, wind shore, electric vehicles, geothermal, concentrated solar power, electricity networks, battery storage, in particular. Bioenergy is not a favorite of mine. I don't favor that. But then little less nuclear, hydro, and wind shore, and then hydrogen. Copper is essential for the energy transition. But let's take a little closer look in electric vehicles. So this is the global light-duty vehicle fleet by powertrain. So battery electric vehicle here, this type of electric vehicle will eventually be the largest portion of the market share, where you buy a car and you plug it in. No hybrid system, no combustion engine, you just plug it in. That's going to dominate. In 2050, it will dominate the market. But of course, hybrid and plug-in hybrid will also be part of that market. But obviously, the important point here is that internal combustion engine is going to go down to a very small portion of the market. Electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, require 2 to 5 times more copper than an internal combustion engine vehicle. Right? Just that's a fact. So I can build 2 to 5 internal combustion regular cars with the same amount of copper that I can with one electric vehicle. So that's going to be a really challenging thing. But what's driving this is a really positive part of the message, that the cost of renewable energies has plummeted, so that the levelized cost of electricity, so that's some of you know this, but if you don't, very simple calculation of the sum of the costs of an energy system over its lifetime. Really if it's a nuclear power plant, it's from the initial construction all the way to decommissioning that nuclear power plant, all the costs together, divided by the sum of the electrical energy produced over the lifetime. It's a simple calculation, right? And it's an extremely powerful metric to compare energy systems. And up until 5-6 years ago, wind onshore, offshore, solar, all of this from here over to here, these were more costly than coal and gas and nuclear. And now, in particular, wind onshore, wind offshore is a little bit more expensive because, well, building foundations in the sea is difficult, all of that. Wind onshore and also solar PV, utility scale, this large solar farms, absolutely competitive with fossil fuels and especially coal and gas, most places around the world today. So private investment is flooding into renewable energy. Fantastic. That's a super positive message. And that's why this is happening. But to be able to deliver on that investment means that we need then much more copper. Copper content per megawatt of installed capacity is 4.9 metric tons per megawatt and down from there. So the different energy systems have their different intensities. And this is why, repeating myself a little bit, copper demand will outpace supply. Demand will double, but demand will outpace supply beginning in 3 years, in 2025. Maybe you have better numbers than I do, but I read the literature very carefully, and I think we're really only talking a matter of years, and leading all the way up to 2035. And that just happens to coincide with the critical period of climate actions that we need to take. You might have heard this is a decade for climate actions, right? That's coinciding. So the role of mining today is critical. What's the other thing that's happening? I want to very quickly go through this. The other thing that's happening is this is an image from a place in New York State in the 1600s. It's a made-up image. Somebody actually, a geographer actually created it. This is that place in the 1970s. So this was Manhattan over here in the 1600s. And that river that you see there, that stream was Broadway, right? And this is Broadway. This city was established in 300 years and 8 million people are now accommodated. The other thing that's happening is you have in the mid 1980s, special economic zone was created in Southeast China and the Gold Coast in China. Small fishing village of 20,000 people became Shenzhen in 30 years. 30 years, 14 million people. Unprecedented growth. And that's why I mentioned that reversion to depending on non-renewable materials. This is also a major reason why, and this is not stopping. Take a look at these numbers, and they're hard to really understand, at least for me. Lagos, Nigeria, in 2100 is projected to be close to 90 million people. A city of 90 million people, what does that even look like? So, and other cities in Africa. So urbanization in Africa is exploding and will continue to explode. Southeast Asia as well. Mumbai, 67 million people. I know Mumbai very well. It already has enormous problems and is one of the most vulnerable cities to sea level rise flooding. But 67 million people, I fully expect that will happen despite all of the challenges that it faces. These cities need materials, their energy systems, steel and concrete, copper, of course. Today, and actually now for about 20 years, the richest ores of copper are found in the center of cities. That's a fact. There's a Professor Tom Graydell at Yale University who did a study of primary metal flows, and he established that if you just man-made or natural, where are the richest ores? Well, today they're in cities, in plumbing, in electronics, and different things. Mining, urban mining has always been an aspiration. It's very difficult, and I'm a little bit of a skeptic, but these cities are going to consume enormous amounts of mineral materials. And so we can't just think about the energy transition. We have to also think about the development transition. People moving into cities, becoming wealthier, consuming more, wanting to consume more. Air conditioner use in India is already exploding. I tell the story of, if you're in Mumbai or in Southeast Asia, in let's say in a city in Malaysia, and you've never experienced air conditioning, the first time that you enter a room and you turn on the air conditioner, you never go back. You're never not going to want air conditioning. So that's an inevitable trend. The rise in air conditioning is one of these factors of the increase in wealth that's going to lead to increase in material consumption. And even though we like to say one part of wishful thinking is that we have decoupled material intensity from creation of wealth, the technology people like to say that. We can create wealth from digital technologies, from dematerialized systems, from the metaverse. The reality is there's no good evidence that any economy on earth has been able to decouple their economy. Now you might say, what about Sweden? Sweden makes a big point about decoupling their wealth creation from their material intensity. And if you're just, to get a little in the weeds here, a little geeky on you, if you're just looking at production within Sweden, they have decoupled their material consumption from wealth creation. In other words, they're using less and less, much less material to create 1 unit additional wealth. But if you take their consumption into account, what they import, the embodied carbon and the embodied environmental consequences of the things that they buy from around the world absolutely shows that they're not decoupled from material intensity. So that leads to the third chapter. So what do we, I've said a few things about what we do. Obviously, the energy transition is entirely dependent on mining. I am talking a lot about mining these days. The Environmental Solutions Initiative has a program in mining and society. We would love to partner with any of you on our work. We recently held a conference of 350 people attended, entirely virtual, but from around the world. And it was very productive. But it's part of that work is to get to solutions and to get away from the era of wishful thinking. And part of wishful thinking is carbon offsets, circular economy, and other fallacies. So let's first talk about carbon offsets. Just a very quick primer. I'm mostly talking about the voluntary carbon market. Now, this is the market in which companies, individuals, organizations, countries, they buy credits voluntarily, and then they credit that carbon emissions reductions to their ledger, to their accounting, right? It's a very easy way of reducing your carbon emissions, except it means almost nothing up until very recently. Carbon offset, and this is debatable, maybe you disagree, but actually there's a very, very solid amount of research that shows that carbon offsets as a mechanism historically has substantially underdelivered the carbon reductions that people paid for. They paid for them, and then I gave somebody money. I assume they're going to do the right thing and reduce. I'm not monitoring them. I'm not necessarily getting detailed reports. There isn't a convention for our standards by global standard. And so that company may or may not exist in the future. They may plant 10 trees, but I bought 1 million trees and they went out of business. So they didn't plant 1 million trees. And so the fact is that carbon offsets have substantially underdelivered. And my 2-second, recommendation is please avoid carbon offsets as absolutely the last resort after you've done everything else in an organization to reduce your own carbon emissions. Part of the reason is not only because of the poor quality of the mechanisms itself, but carbon emission market actually is only really going to deliver about 0.8% of carbon emissions reductions that we need. $300 million worth is not even 1%. That any amount is useful, but it's not going to solve climate change because it's just going to be one small part of a very vast portfolio of things. The other thing to keep in mind is there's good research showing that when a company purchases carbon offsets, it disincentivizes them to do further emissions reductions within their operations. There's a kind of a human nature thing that, I bought my offsets, so I'm good. I can, business as usual. It tends to disincentivize moving even more aggressively towards reducing your own emissions. And again, this is research-based, peer-reviewed work. And today, even though many carbon credits are low quality and you can't verify the claims, that will be changing, and it is changing. There are new companies, and this is well known that this is a problem. What's needed is government involvement. And carbon credit standards need to include the phrase co-benefits, the other benefits besides reducing carbon emissions. I don't like the phrase co-benefits because they're actually equal benefits. And there needs to be more data on the social effects. The social effects, to speak of communities and the effects in certain areas, some carbon offset programs have been shown to disadvantage local communities and especially indigenous communities and others. They don't want the 1 million trees planted on their property. That's not what they wanted. They don't have land tenure, so they don't have a voice. So there are many problems with carbon offsets. In addition to the fact that if you just took the 20 largest companies in the United States and you delivered their carbon offsets commitments, as already stated, they would eat up the carbon offset market, just those 20 companies. So there's not enough carbon offsets for all of the commitments that have already been made by companies. And this gets to one of the earlier points that I made before. The climate commitments that have been made by companies and others, other kinds of organizations, will have to be revised in the near future, because this information, they will readily see that there aren't enough places where you can plant trees or incentivize renewable energy projects, which are the two most typical types of projects that get funded through carbon offset programs. So that's one, what I call a fallacy. This notion that the carbon offset program is going to save us. It should be part of the portfolio, but a small part of the portfolio. The second fallacy, this is a really nice diagram. Friends in the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, really wonderful work that they do on the circular economy. And the circular economy just basically says that from the extraction, from mining up there, when you're making parts, making products, delivering services, and then that iPhone gets consumed by the user, then at the end of life of that iPhone, then you recycle that. Or first of all, you try to refurbish the product and sell on the secondary market, with smartphones, some companies are doing that. Or you're taking it apart or reusing components. If you can't do that, then you're taking it apart and melting down materials. And you're doing that to extend the life of those materials in the economy before they go into a landfill. Circular economy is nice. The circular economy today is 96%, 94% aspiration. It doesn't exist, the circular economy. This is the actual economy. These numbers are old, but the proportions are the same now. We really only have about 6% of materials that are extracted in 1 year that get recycled back into the economy within that year. A good amount of material does go into stocks, goes into buildings and infrastructure and otherwise, and that's a good use of those materials, and that lasts a long time. But the circular economy, we're only 6% of the way there. So the circular economy has a long way to go. It is almost entirely aspirational at this point. And one thing I wanted to add, in terms of mining, there's no circular economy action that has been taken. Recycling steel, recycling aluminum, and other materials that has affected the volume of extraction activities. In other words, if you look at the volume of materials that have been mined, there's no blip, there's no point where you can say, oh, extraction mining has been depressed, has been lessened because the circular economy is really working in steel, which it is, it's working in steel. The fact is, with greater demand, that circular economy is just feeding that greater demand. There's more mining, and there's also recycling of those materials. So the circular economy is, as a solution to climate change, it's an important part of, very small part of the portfolio of solutions today, will become a larger part as time moves on. For example, why am I optimistic about that? Well, because look at this proportion, the energetic use of materials, that's almost entirely fossil energy carriers, coal and gas and oil. And obviously, by definition, those are extracted and then they're burned. You don't recycle those materials. Hopefully you capture emissions and somehow, but those are by default a linear throughput. As we do less fossil energy materials and revert to renewable energy, those numbers go way down, right? And so then the proportion of recycled materials just by default increases, right? But that's just accounting. So the circular economy, because of it's driven by fossil fuels and cities, is extraordinarily important, but just a dream so far. So in the last 13 minutes, I was hoping to leave time for questions, but I'll try maybe a couple minutes. I want to shift a little bit, because mining as a material-intensive, land-based activity has an enormous opportunity to think beyond climate change and make an incredibly important contribution to the global environment. This is the 9 planetary boundaries. I know I'm being streamed, I know this is live, but I am gonna pitch a documentary on Netflix. I usually don't, I have no stock in Netflix, but there is a fantastic documentary called Breaking Boundaries. And the reason I mention that documentary is because the author of this framework is in the documentary, Johan Rockström. Very high quality documentary. If you want to learn instead of reading the papers, which you should read the papers anyway, I should say, but watch the documentary and you'll really understand. The 9 planetary boundaries are 9 of the largest, most important environmental challenges that we face: climate change, biodiversity, freshwater use, the ozone hole, and others. For many industries, and actually, generally speaking, the 9 of the 9 planetary boundaries that dominate are biodiversity and climate change. We need to address those immediately and aggressively, and if we address those, many of the others become easier. Those are the 2 that really dominate. And the 9 planetary boundaries leads to the solution pathway or the contribution pathway for mining in biodiversity. The extraction of resources is, as I said before, land-based and often a disaster for biodiversity. These are both images that I took. This is on a flight. I think that's Nevada, and those are fracking installations. And this here is, oh no, that's Oklahoma, and those are fracking installations. And this is the middle of the Amazon in Colombia when I was there. These kinds of activities are a nightmare, are a disaster for biodiversity. And alongside clearing land for agriculture, mining is very high in the primary factors leading to biodiversity loss, especially in sensitive ecosystems. These 2 images are interesting because agriculture, that looks a little nicer than this. The fact is that the vast majority of species, like 98% of the species that used to live here, are gone. It's only 2% more that mining kicked out, right? So they're almost the same, but the visuals are telling. It's really very hard not to think that this is much worse than that, right? So I'm now talking a little bit about perceived environmental damage. Mining has a real challenge to be able to address this kind of situation. Now, let me give you one example of an emerging solution from this project, the Ambatovi mine in Madagascar, which is a mine for nickel and cobalt. And this mine, the company, in agreement with the government, took control of this relatively small portion of land in those 2 plots. Those are the mine operations. Of course, the consequences of mining there extend well beyond that footprint, but that's the footprint of the mine. But then they agreed with the government that what they were going to do is take control of this much larger portion of land in Madagascar, and which had been deforested and was biologically degraded. They would afforest, they would hire scientists to monitor the biological diversity over time, and they would return it to a state in which they could claim that overall, on balance, their activities in Madagascar were biologically positive or biodiverse positive. If they had not done their operations in Madagascar, Madagascar would have less biological diversity. That's an interesting way in which to engage with the second of the 9 planetary boundaries, biodiversity. And mining has the capacity and the potential to do this kind of work. But there are challenges. Now there's the proposal to mine polymetallic nodules from the seabed for these important materials, cobalt, even copper, manganese. And in the last few years, there's been a lot of work showing that the seabed biodiversity was much, much more biodiverse than anybody ever thought. There's been an explosion in research in the seabed because knowing that the Clarion-Clipperton zone, which is in the middle of the Pacific, enormous zone, is about to be mined in this way, which is taking a vehicle, scraping the seabed, pumping those materials, and then releasing tailings into the water column. And so what are the environmental consequences of that? Again, if this proceeds, the mining sector will have enormous reputational issues to contend with. The visuals are going to be terrible. But there is a way to, this is one of the ways in which mining can contribute by focusing not only just on climate change, but on biodiversity. And using a report like the following, the IPCC report, Biodiversity and Climate Change, making decisions based on whether those decisions are co-beneficial to climate change and biodiversity, or there are difficult trade-offs, which there almost always are, or whether the decisions, worst case scenario, are detrimental to both, not contributing to climate change and reducing biodiversity. So that kind of framework, coupling biodiversity with climate change, is extremely important. So but one of the challenges here, just like climate financing, the evidence shows, the diagram all the way on the left there that I showed before, similarly, the amount of financing needed for biodiversity to really address biodiversity has really lagged about 10% of what it needs to be. So the other role of mining companies, and I know, I think it's difficult for me to say this because I know that it's painful for mining companies to some extent, is you just pay. You pay for it. You contribute the programs directly that address biodiversity in the way that I was showing that Ambatovi mine and otherwise. One quick point here is that biodiversity projects are very often aligned with positive community engagement. There's communities, many indigenous and local communities, even marginalized communities, are the most powerful stewards of sensitive ecosystems around the world, certainly in the Amazon, in the Congo, and other places. And those communities can be real partners in this. Of course, I completely understand that's super complicated, complex, politically wrought. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. But where we are now is what I mentioned before is that climate commitments that companies have made, the pledges that they have made are not living up to their promises. And there are now, part of the risks that I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, is that now there are quite a few organizations, really well-funded, well-resourced organizations that are tracking those commitments in real time. And the New Climate Institute has put out a report recently showing that they did a survey of, I think 70 of the largest climate commitments from corporations. And overall, the commitments made were only going to deliver about 20% of what they were suggesting those commitments would deliver. So it's not a small gap. It's a really significant gap. And much of that has to do with the offset, much of the offsets that have been promised and won't be able to deliver. So where we are now in industry generally, but also mining, is we don't want to go here. One thing that companies can do and have done is not to be honest, not to be transparent, is to shift the discussion, is to be unethical. So in the United States, we have a long history on the left there of snake oil salesmen. This is the idea that you're selling a substance that will cure your cancer and will cure your allergy and will also make you smarter, right? That kind of long history of that, and we still have them, and big ones actually. We also know that the automobile industry, for many decades, resisted seatbelts. The argument that they made completely shamelessly was that if you impose seatbelt regulations, it's going to kill the automobile industry in the United States. There will be no automobile industry in the United States any longer. Well, if you track the history, when seatbelts were instituted, there was not even the smallest blip in the sales, revenue, profits, and all that. There was no effect whatsoever. But boy, did they make a huge effort to try to resist and delay. Resist, and if you can't resist, then delay as long as possible a regulation. And of course, we have the history of tobacco, the denial of the link between cancer and smoking. The worst situation among the worst, I should say, is what the oil and gas industries, not the entire oil and gas industry. I want to be very clear. I'm not being dismissive of an entire industry. I'm calling out the worst strategies that individual companies have taken when they're dealing with enormous uncertainty. Because in the end, they lose. ExxonMobil is losing now. It's entirely clear, it's transparent, there are documents. reams of documents showing that they denied climate change for a very long time and did it in unethical ways. And the mining companies, the mining sector is now at the brink of this fork in the road, this inflection point. If the narrative on mining is that it can be sustainable, we can do it we can do sustainable mining. We can do green mining. Academics like me and then many others are going to say, that's not honest. You really can't use sustainable mining as a phrase. And I know that's controversial to say that, but let me put it in clear physical terms. So mining, you have a resource in the lithosphere for the most part. You're extracting ore. When I extract that ore, I am by default degrading the resource, right? So I'm using that resource, and if that resource is not available forever for all generations, I have degraded that resource. So the definition of sustainability that I favor, and I think it's the best one, is today we are able to satisfy our own needs in ways that do not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So mining itself compromises that future generation's ability to extract ore at that same grade. It's just physical fact, right? You can't deny that. So sustainable mining for me, and believe me, I'm open to discussion and debate, is a problematic phrase. It's really, there is no such thing as sustainable mining. Now, what there is a broader material flow idea of sustainability. So mining is here, it's the beginning, and there's processings for copper smelting and refining, there's transport, product manufacture, use, end of life, recycle, hopefully. That material flow can be sustainable, because if I take that entire spectrum of the flow of materials into account, I may not be degrading the ability of future generations to meet their needs with copper, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? That it's a semantic distinction, but it's a slippery slope. When you start saying sustainable mining, then there's a little bit of too much marketing in that phrase, where I'm thinking, well, maybe you're not being quite straight with me. And it starts to get into this realm of corporate behavior. Finally, the reason I'm mentioning this is you're starting from, so to speak, you're at the bottom of the open pit mine in terms of reputation, right? Reputations are pretty low in the mining industry. So you're starting from there. So there needs to be a really concerted effort to be extremely transparent and honest about your activities and partner with organizations. I know you are, but academics, also scientists and engineers, to be able to say sustainable mining has embedded within it risks. And this is why, and let me give you a really good reason. And let's now use responsible mining as a phrase, because local communities are going to really oppose what you want to do. And this is, don't get me wrong, the problem is then we won't have those materials for that low carbon transition. The world won't have copper and lithium and everything else at the amounts that we need. So this is not only to the benefit of the community to consider their needs, but also for the world, we need those minerals. And so this is the example many of you know of a mine in Serbia, which was approved by the government, financed, equipment was pre-positioned, and then the local community opposed it, and they were successful in opposing it. And it's not going forward. It's still on hold. Maybe it's dead forever. So this is a sobering message, because, and one of the ways in which to think about that is, well, are there other business models that you might want to think about? These two figures are being very aggressive in suggesting that there's a new capitalism. You know, you have to kind of, how to put this? I get a little nervous when somebody says, you know, new capitalism. You know, I'm wondering what that exactly means, especially if it's the head of BlackRock, right? But BlackRock and Mark Benioff of Salesforce are really consistently and regularly suggesting that there is a new form of capitalism that could be planet positive. I gave the one example of the Rambotovi mine. delivering minerals to a low carbon world is an extraordinarily important thing for mining to be doing. That's an extremely responsible thing to be doing. And they're suggesting another form of capitalism. And if in many industrial sectors don't take that seriously, a new form of capitalism might be forced on companies. Privatization and other mechanisms by which when real disaster hits, when there's an extreme heat event in India and 200,000 people die over a 2-week period, which is a predicted event, then governments are going to say, okay, enough already. Now it's time for us to get serious. We're going to privatize assets. We're going to monitor. We're going to work with communities in a different way. So is there a road? Is there a pathway for new capitalism? I don't know, but there are interesting thoughts. But here's an example of somebody who's done something. Not every company will do this, but it is an important inflection point. The company Patagonia, a US apparel company, high performance apparel company, has now shifted all of its profits to a foundation. So they're still running as a company, they're paying their bills, but their $100 million of profit a year is going to a foundation that's going to fund climate work. It's not going to Yvon Chouinard, the founder, and it's not going to his children. And they voluntarily agreed that this is what they want the company to be. The shareholder is the earth. I'm not naive to think that any other companies are going to do this, or large industrial sectors, but there are ways in which the novel business models can also be a solution for the future. So with that, thank you so much. There's a lot of peer-reviewed literature. If you're interested, I'm happy to share. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to be with you.
Thank you very much, John. I think that John leaves us with lots of thoughts and ideas about responsible mining, and that it's inevitable if we really do want a green future, we need mining and extraction to continue. So as we continue today, I'd like to welcome Elena Almeida from EY Chile. She works in Sostenibilidad de Servicios, and she is part of the Women Energy Council, which is part of the World Energy Council of Chile. So, muchas gracias y bienvenido.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos. De verdad es intimidating tener a la foto acá. Un gusto de verdad estar con todos ustedes acá hoy. Bueno, me llamo Elaine Almeida. Soy socia de sostenibilidad en EY.
I'm a sustainability partner at EY, and in this 10 minutes, I wanted to tell you that, as it was said, well, I'm Brazilian. Obviously, the accent gave me away, but I'm an economist. Because of my father's input, my father's example, and I want to change the way the world works. I'm a mother of an amazing child, a 7-year-old daughter. Thinks I'm a superhero for trying to save the planet, and I love that. And I saw that National Geographic is, you might think that they're losing a great artist, but no. I was lucky enough working with sustainability to do this in several countries. Started with Brazil, then I was in Venezuela, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Singapore, Dubai, China, and more recently in Madrid, where I had the chance and the honor to represent Chile along with the Chilean Commission on COP25, where we provided an important framework for sustainability, and we'll address that later. This FST, where we let the translation and launch it at COP because we want...
Por casa. Y es partiendo por casa que me gustaría hablar un poco sobre qué estamos haciendo en mining y energy para cambiar el planeta. Lo que tenemos acá es la visión de un estudio de UI sobre los Top 10 riesgos y oportunidades de la minería. Es un estudio global, lo lanzamos todos los años.
That's been launched every year, but for the past 5 years, as you can see here on the list, among the top 5 risks, we find license to operate, LTOs, then digital and data, ESG, the geopolitical aspects, climate change, and the need to add value to the stakeholders. But I'm not here about risks. I'm here to talk to you about time.
7 años,
27 years ago, we held the COP, the first COP for the environment. And as the professor said, it was inefficient. We haven't done much with the COPs. Only in the past 5 years, ESG and climate change has appeared among the top 5 for the mining industry. This year, as last year, ESG is risk number 1. We have geopolitical aspects, every climate change or all of the crisis in Europe effects, and then 3, climate change. Now, what are we doing today to change this, to revert this? What are we doing today to minimize these risks or transform them into opportunities? Well, we know that digital, and which is one of the risks in the study, has been a tremendously disruptive force. This energy transition that's even more powerful now. As we are implementing a digital transformation in the mining industry, must rethink the way we use energy. We know the environmental challenges, and Professor John already spoke about the impact and the importance of considering biodiversity and the impact on biodiversity as climate change in our operations. And these environmental challenges and government concerns are leading mining companies and the governments to change the way and the incentives they provide to the industry. Let's talk about corporate sustainability as if it were something very new. Well, it isn't. The corporate sustainability concept or corporate responsibility has been around for years. Epson, as well as many other companies, knew the impact on the environment very well for a very long time. Time is what we don't necessarily have today. We have the goal to become carbon neutral as a country by 2050. 30 years from now, almost. But if we start counting down 2035, Chile as a country, because of regulations, will not be able to sell vehicles by fossil fuels, with fossil fuels or conventional vehicles. It will have to be all electric. But before that, oh, I'm sorry, I'm taking a bunch of your experiences, Professor. I actually had to change my presentation a bit. But 2035, 2025, in 3 more years, the demand will triple. And in 2 more years, 2024, all of us here working for large companies or institutions will have to change the way we report and how we talk about our responsibility. For those at the SEC or those who must simply report their financial statements according to the IFRS regulation, time is key. 2024 IFRS and SEC will demand new reports, new information, data that's even more detailed about what we're doing now to change the way we operate. The corporate responsibility, well, all of us here working for these large companies and operating under SEC and delivering reports under IFRS, the accounting regulation or accounting regulatory entity, how are we changing our governance or our own responsibilities in order to adjust our operations to climate change? Who in our companies are accountable at an executive level? What are the strategies for the short term? What are the risks associated to it? Risks? Well, I will launch another acronym now. We spoke about TSFD, but risks have been monitored under SASB framework. And for the mining industry, it defines 11 material systems: air quality, air management, water management, energy management, or power management, and waste management. There's much to do on that regard. And environmental impact, labor relations, community relations. There's talk about the business resilience and incident management too. Many of these risks are among the top 10 risks that we are talking about. Managing these risks demand time. Once again, if we take just one of them as an example, water management, we know very well how tough it is to manage water and how this is discussed under the concessions policies in Chile. What are we going to do? We'll build a desalination plant. That's excellent. That's great. Let's build that plant. How long is that going to take? Where is that coming from? Are we going to do it on our own or find some financing or issue bonus? How is this going to impact my financial statements and my cash flow? I'm speaking about just one example of a material aspect for the industry. All of us working in the industry will have to define responsibilities, measure risks, define goals, monitor them, implement them throughout next year with a horizon that starts in 20. I'm not talking about a horizon for 2050. We need to start today for decarbonization and measure that on the next year to then report it by 2024. What are we doing now in order to implement these measures and to report them in 2024? In the 10 minutes or so that I have left to talk about time, I leave you with this question. We have much to do to reach decarbonization in 2050, just to provide or have in our households or companies the electric vehicles that will be the only thing sold, the only vehicles sold after 2035. What do we need to do as an industry to double copper supply? We have much to do to understand the risk that we are exposed to and protect what we'll face in 2024. Even further, to make these changes for next year, we have much to do. So I leave you with this question. What are we doing now, today, after my talk, after next talks, after the break, when we are back in our offices, at our desks? What are we doing now, today, to make the change the world needs? Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Elane. Muy interesante.
Thank you so much, Elane. We leave with many questions, but we'll leave to a coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to continue with our conference. Thank you. the presentations we heard from. We believe it's so important to ground all of these ideas to the national reality. And that's why we'll now have the pleasure to listen from Rodrigo Ceballos, who's the general manager and president of Aclara, one of our gold sponsors. Rodrigo will tell us about a business case to fight climate change as an opportunity for the region. Thank you, Rodrigo. The floor is yours.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to MIT for the invitation and to the Cámara Chilena de la Construcción, the Chilean Chamber of Construction, for hosting us.
Thanks in English, but I'm going to shift to Spanish.
Iba a hacer mis agradecimientos, pero ahora los hice en español para hacerlo más eficiente. My name is Rodrigo Ceballos, General Manager at Aclara. In March 2020, I joined this initiative, and truthfully, what I would like to talk to you about more in this occasion is who we are, what moves us, why we're here, why there's people of the team here, and why rare earths. These are strange names, unknown for some. If I mention these 17 names of the rare earths, I believe you would all walk away. But about the Aclara's proposal and action plan and the impact that we're hoping for Penco in Biobío region and for Chile. I truly appreciate this time because many of the discussions are about we have to do something, the challenges, and that's very important. But I remember John's presentation, and what's truly important is to take a hands-on approach about this and discuss the ideas that are responsible and sustainable.
Bueno, primero partir por...
I'd like to start first by telling you that Aclara defines as a company of innovation and... Oh, I'm sorry.
Cambio. En esta lámina no me quiero detallar mucho.
I don't want to stop on this slide. I don't want to stay here for too long because John did a great presentation on what's happening in terms of climate, what's happened and what hasn't happened with the protocols and the Paris Agreement and the COPs. We are indeed seeing a climate crisis that's undeniable, and actually deniable is, there's no room for denial. But we also know, as it's been said today, that we require these minerals. We need them. There's no alternative today if we want to fight climate change. And there are some technologies that I'd like to focus on today about mobility, electromobility, and clean energies, wind energy, both onshore and offshore, and even those clean energies that will contribute to fight against climate change, starting from mining of the elements that are needed and that are replaceable in the market today. We must mine them in any case. But is there a truly responsible way to do this, to produce these elements? At Aclara, we believe there is. I believe there is. And we are convinced to put this project forward. We have defined ourselves as an innovative company, a technology company, and a producer of rare earths. And we went public in the Toronto stock market. Last year, we have been in the London stock market for many years with the auction mining. And we started with the diversification project. Do we want to keep developing just these elements, or do we want to identify the critical elements for the mega trends to fight climate change? that could be mined sustainably, produced sustainably, regardless of the place. Also adding social value that we'll address in the end of this presentation. There are different elements: cadmium, nickel, cobalt, rare earths appeared and discarded these. And this happened because a vast part of the projects and the rare earth operations had important complexities with difficult metallurgical activities. Many of these projects would even cause radioactive waste because rare earths in some deposits, most of them in rock, would crystallize with the uranium among other elements. But after not long, this company focused on a particular deposit, the ionic earth, ionic clays deposit. There's a rock that disintegrates due to rainfall in certain latitudes over the world, but only China and Myanmar, with a high percentage of illegality in these activities, particularly Myanmar, require a rainy weather that break this rock down in a specific way, creating natural ponds where these clays deposit and settle. Despite these deposits have lower
que efectivamente no tienen los problemas asociados alrededor.
Lower grades. Let me explain what rare earths are. Rare earths are the 17 chemical elements, well, plus 2 actually, along with scandium, that are always together. They always come together, and there's 4 of them that have magnetic properties: neodymium, praseodymium, dysprosium, and terbium. I'm not going to ask you to remember any of these names, by the way. But why are these important? Why are rare earths important? Why, as a Clara, we're here sharing this with you? Because it turns out that electric motors and technologies of electromobility, in particular, have a storage, but also traction. We need motion, but there are permanent magnets. But what was the problem with these magnets? Do you remember that cars in the past had a very short autonomy, low autonomy with charging problems and others? This was because the magnets demagnetized at about 50 or 60 degrees. They lose their magnetism. And years ago, there was a discovery that adding, like in a sort of doping effect, an element allowing magnets to not demagnetize and maintain their applications with autonomy of 150 at 150 Celsius.
¿Cómo podemos proveer a estas tecnologías de estos?
But there's a problem. How can we provide with the traditional rock with high capex, very significant OPEX, low feasibility in economic terms? But that's what happened with many of the ore deposits. However, the clay deposits, nature has done a great part of the work for us, allow us to do something different. We are developing a process that's linked with the academy. We have been working with Toronto University, with Anstone, Australia, with the University of Concepcion and the Catholic University as well. And what's been the conclusion? We do not disturb the physical structure of the clays because comminution and their size reduction is done already. But what does this mean? We won't have a crushing process. We won't have a grinding process. We won't use explosives. And the result is that we'll have a low acoustic contamination and less consumption of energy. On the other hand, the recycling. Now, a commonplace. It's very significant for the south of our country. We are in the 8th region, and this is critical in the south. 95% of water recirculated. The team present here has managed to reduce the net consumption of water. We're consuming around 9 liters per second. For you to have an idea, a normal mining operation consumes between 50 and 250 liters per second of water. And our project is a lower scale project. Either way, but to do the leaching, to recover these rare earths, we use ammonium sulfate. We are recirculating this and over 90%. This is within the plant, but what happens outside of it? We are indeed conducting important work, as I'll tell you on the next slide. We're reconfiguring the landscape. We are on a very particular plot that's highly intervened. We are committing to plant native species, given that pine and eucalyptus are not good for the earth, and those are the typically used. We have been working on this for, I would say, 3 years, and the community deeply appreciates. They have areas for outdoor activities. These are districts that generally don't have the space for these activities, so they highly value it. Also acknowledging this is a sort of deposit that has allowed us to do it. We are promoting, we want to change the paradigm in the production of these elements around the world. I'm not going to dump all of this information on you, but we are working with the academia. We are working to patent this, and it's a very simple process. The technical fine-tuning is complex, but this is basically it. We take a piece of land used for forestry, we remove the vegetal layer, the plant layer, and keep it. We load the trucks and transport these clays to basically 3 closed tanks. On the first, there's water and ammonium sulfate as a fertilizer. Then the solution continues the flow, and we precipitate magnesium, calcium, aluminum present there in the clays. These are not impurities that are added to the process. Then we continue flowing the solution. We precipitate the rare earths that then become carbonate. And in regard to the clays, what we do after this leaching, this initial leaching process, we wash them with osmosis water, highly clean water. These clays are then brought back to the area where we dispose them, where we brought them in the first place. We remove, we'll add again the vegetal, the plant layer that we extracted, and then we plant the trees again. So there's a positive effect on the soil quality, on the underground layers, on the fauna and the flora, and on many other elements.
¿A dónde estamos? Y aquí me acordaba del ejemplo que daba John, ¿cierto?
Let's take John's example that he gave in his presentation, but in ours, we are right by Penco. This is the scope of the project. These are areas where the mining is highly significant. We have many quarries, we have small extraction areas, but we also decided to have sequenced mining. The community will never see one more area of extraction being operated at the same time. It's very on the surface, and then when there's revegetation, we'll move on to the second phase. So I believe that accountability and the way of conducting this project is very significant for the communities, the stakeholders, and the authorities, because we are seeing closing as we progress. This is a small scale project, but with important communication challenges due to the geographic area. The water consumption is very low. Energy consumption involves no explosives, no tailings in this project, actually. And this, for water, well, I wanted to focus on the water component because we are indeed exploring ways of not touching one drop of water from the basin, but from the Biobío River, having treated wastewater. And that is something that we're exploring, and I believe it'll be an initiative to be replicated with other industries. This leads us to think, what are we? Are we conventional mining? We have quarries, but we are not using explosives, so we're not that either. We have found the answer in two different documents that we feel very close to. First, Chile Líder Mundial in Minería Verde was presented in Congreso Futuro and then sent to the Finance Ministry, from the Finance Ministry to the Senate. But this involves several shafts. Different kinds of mining differ from one another, but are related. Then we have climate smart mining, minerals for climate action from the World Bank. This was a document that I really recommend. It's worth it. It provides guidelines talking about innovation, the energy efficiency, management of landscape and forests, innovation in the management of waste also. But what is that we're doing with the communities? We've realized along our path that there are no shortcuts. This isn't a slogan, this isn't a motto. The work must be done together with the communities in the territory. And we must hear from them, because when you are promoting a social responsible initiative from El Golf neighborhood or from here in Santiago and the wealthiest parts, it's different, of course. There you'll find rejection, you have low cost, high impact cases, but the first initiative is to work with universities to conduct research and reproduce species that haven't been reproduced so far artificially. There's a list here about the activities and the actions that we have taken. The social license is not, well, more than a wish, is the deal breaker for us to develop projects here in Chile. Would like to create an ecosystem. So we heard from yesterday, there's no free coffee. We have much to do, of course, but there's a cost behind it. There's important cost. There are more aggressive ways to leach. There are closure plans or end-of-mine plans that can be less strict. We need to take one step further and commit our clients and partners and the supply chain to assure the traceability of our projects so that these are sustainable and profitable projects. We're working with local companies. We want to boost local entrepreneurs, local businesses, communities, along with authorities, industries, ports, etc. We are in a process of technology transfer with Toronto Expert. We have Corfo agreements to develop technologies downstream. We have Corfo projects with one pilot on course, and now we have professionals in Biobío and in the rest of the country that will not only work in our project, but will contribute to the development of this kind of deposits that are being worked with in very little places in Brazil, Uganda, Chile. And this is highly motivating. This is a new industry for Chile. There's two producers of rare earth in the Western world. Linus in Australia and in the United States, there's another one that's it. China produces 80% of the rare earths and the heavy rare earths, the magnetic ones. And we believe there's a big opportunity, the tremendous opportunity for the country, very much aligned with the current agenda towards decentralization, innovation, research, added value, and again, an I&D pole. There's a history of manufacturing and production that's highly significant for the country too. So that's my presentation. I thank you for this time slot. You know where to find us. So you see our contact details on screen. We'll be around. Thank you for your time.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. And with us, with that new way of making extraction in Chile, I would like to invite Scarlett Dale, a research scientist in MIT, visitor professor in Washington University, and also he actually was awarded with the Seed Fund for Latin America to work in his investigation in Chile. So please, Scott.
Bueno.
It is a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Javiera, and everyone, Leo, for the invitation. I lived in nearby this building for a year. It's the first time I am inside this building, so I'm really happy to be inside. It's a beautiful building. I am going to change to English now, and I would like to thank the interpreters because they are doing a good job there, a lot of work. So, vamos a cambiar entonces a inglés ahora. Quiero agradecer a los presentadores que ya han estado acá porque he aprendido mucho, particularmente John Fernández, mi mentor. Y también un colega. Así que las cosas que él presentó hoy son bastante complementarias a las que yo voy a presentar. Así que voy a decir algunas cosas que son relacionadas y otras que son de buen interés para ustedes también hoy. Entonces, esta imagen que ustedes ven aquí, yo estaba volando desde Santiago a Calama y estaba mirando por la ventana. Representa los temas que voy a estar hablando en esta presentación hoy día. Los representa muy bien. Pueden ver una mina de cobre que está produciendo cobre para la economía global. Como ya se mencionó por John, para responder a la mitigación del cambio climático necesitamos pasar por una transición. Pero aquí podemos ver que está rodeado de glaciares, de nieve, y que esa agua eventualmente va a bajar a comunidades que dependen de la mina económicamente y también dependen del agua para beberla y también su economía de agricultura. Y como lo sabe esta audiencia, Chile ha estado en una gran sequía en los últimos años.
These sorts of interchanges between mining and agriculture have been tense. So we have here a number of interactions taking place between climate change, between mining, between local communities and the environment, which raises for us the questions of how do all these interact on a broad scale? What do we know about the ways in which climate change and mining are interacting with each other, may interact with each other, and how this will affect society and the environment? So this is the outline of what I'm going to be covering in this presentation today. First, I'll set the stage with what I call contradictions of climate change and mining, and then I'll present 6 ways in which climate change and mining interact with each other in detail. I'll give some take-home messages and then discuss some ways forward because I recognize, as John mentioned as well,
these can be sobering topics. Oftentimes it feels like there's no answer. How are we going to get out of these challenges that we are facing? And I want to give some ways forward that we can think about. So first, these contradictions between climate change and mining. What I've put here is a graph from the International Energy Agency, the IEA, showing that metals are in high demand for climate change mitigation. John has already showed this substantially, but I want to show you some of the figures here. I don't think the laser is going to work on there, but you can see on the top the difference in the amount of minerals required for an electric vehicle versus a conventional vehicle. So the electric vehicle is there on the top and the conventional vehicle is there on the bottom. Now this doesn't include iron or aluminum, which would be required in both, but these are some major differences that we can see. That dark blue that you see on the left of both is copper. So here in Chile, obviously very relevant. The light green is lithium. And when we're talking about lithium, of course, we're not just talking about pure amounts, which this is presented in, but the total demand, the importance of this to the product. Here on the bottom, we have differences in metal demands for power generation. We have natural gas at the bottom, coal, nuclear, solar PV, onshore wind, and offshore wind. So you can see again, the metal and mineral demands for these clean energy technologies is substantially higher, and there are different types of minerals required that were not required for conventional energy. So we are seeing this transition from a fossil fuel-based energy system to one based on this extraction of metals. But we're doing this to respond to climate change, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but we must not ignore that, of course, extracting these materials themselves emits carbon. So on the left of this chart, I know the text is small, but on the left of the chart is tons of CO2 equivalent. On the bottom is different metals that will be required for the clean energy transition. And we see the amount of carbon required to produce 1 ton of each of these different types of materials. So you see iron and steel over here is about 1 to 1. It's a 1 to 1 ratio of tons of carbon emitted for tons of production of that resource. We go over here to copper, and it's about a 5 to 1 ratio, 5 tons of carbon for 1 unit of copper produced. Rodrigo already talked about rare earths. There's neodymium, so that points all the more to the importance of the work that he is doing to try to reduce the carbon emissions there. You can see that that is very high on this list. So extracting these materials will have its own carbon emissions. And in addition, again, we are trying to solve climate change to prevent the social and environmental impacts of global climate change, but mining itself has major social and environmental impacts. This is from the Environmental Justice Atlas. They document sources of conflict related to the environment around the world. So you can see here 676 cases related to mining around the world that have been documented of conflicts with local communities. This is almost certainly a dramatic undercount. But what you can see here is a global phenomenon. We have conflicts taking place in almost every region of the world related to mining. The vast majority of these are related to water. And we know that climate change also has many of its most important impacts on water. So this is another thing that we need to be keeping in mind, is what is going to be the impact of this mining expansion on local communities, on community conflict, on issues of justice and equity. So to sum up this contradiction then, we are solving one global environmental and social challenge, but in so doing, we risk in the long term leaving a new environmental and social challenge to our children and to our grandchildren to resolve down the road. To understand this issue and its complexity, I have reviewed literature, done my own research, including here in Chile and Peru, to try and understand these sorts of relationships between climate change and mining. So what I'm going to be presenting to you now comes from literature. I'll show you some references at the end where this is coming from. But to try and help all of us today sort out what are these relationships between climate change and mining? How do they fit together? So to do this, I worked with two colleagues, Anthony Bevington, who's a geographer, a human geographer, and Karen Fry, who's an earth system scientist, to develop this framework for the ways in which climate change and mining interact. And I know this is, it looks very academic. It's not as complicated as it looks, I promise. Basically what we're saying here is there are 6 ways in which climate change and mining interact. We just needed some way to start to wrap our heads around this issue. And these were the 6 ways, looking at the literature, the existing literature, of how these interact. I'm going to walk through each of these in turn, but first I'll just give you a brief intro. The first is that climate change will directly affect mining activity. It already has started. The second, as I showed a moment ago, is that mining activity contributes greenhouse gases to climate change. The third is that public policy and industry practice intended to affect one or the other of climate change and mining may affect both. The fourth is what I call intersecting impacts. This is the concept that the harms of mining and the harms of climate change may actually converge in the same communities who are vulnerable to both. The fifth interaction is that the way in which we as a society conceive of and perceive and talk about climate change and mining has an important effect on the way we address policies and practices to react to these issues. And then the last is that all of these other relationships take place within a political and economic context, both globally and locally. So now I'll go through each one of these in detail to tell you more what I mean, to draw on some research of my own and broader research to explain these. So first, what am I actually talking about? I want to point out here that I'm talking about metal mining and I'm talking about large-scale metal mining. So I'm not going to be talking about coal here, and I won't be talking about artisanal and small-scale mining, both of which have very different relationships to climate change. In the case of coal, of course, coal's end use is intended to be burned. So, and is one of the most important contributors to climate change. So it has a very different dynamic than, say, for metals, which do not have that same purpose. So interaction one is that climate change directly affects mining. I know that this map, you cannot see the very intricate detail, and I don't intend you to. Rather, I want you to just get an idea of what it's demonstrating. So what we did here is we took 2 climate change scenarios. On the left, we have an optimistic scenario that humans will actually respond to climate change, reduce our carbon emissions, etc. On the right is a pessimistic scenario. That's basically a business as usual scenario. We keep emitting the way we have done. And so the colors that you see are showing projected temperature changes from current levels to 2050. So you can see in both cases, warm colors are an increase in temperature, cool colors would be a decrease, but you can see there's hardly any of that on this particular model. So in both cases, we're projected to see a big or a fairly substantial increase of at least 1 degree C across the country in temperature in Chile by 2050. And then these little black marks that you can see there, each one of those is Chile's mines. So every single mine in Chile is noted there. Now I only used one model to do this, to be able to get a real perspective of what this is going to look like in specific regions of Chile. You'd need to accumulate 10, 15 models, average them out, etc. So I'm not trying to give us a very specific answer of how will climate change affect mines in Chile. Rather, I'm trying to demonstrate the simple fact that climate change will affect mines in Chile. It already has started, of course, as the mega drought has shown. So this is something that the industry, policymakers, and the communities who host these mines should be thinking about. In this slide, we've done the same exercise, but for precipitation. In this case, the warm colors, the yellow up to the red, are a decrease in precipitation, and the cool colors are an increase in precipitation. So you can see, interestingly, this particular model actually projects a slight increase in precipitation in the Atacama Desert, in these areas where mining is concentrated in Chile. Now, this may seem like a great thing. Oh, we're going to get a little more water. In actuality, if this takes place as extreme weather events, as has happened in 2015, for example, this can lead to floods that cause other sorts of problems and challenges for mining operations. Just putting up here as well, we've run the same exercise as point of comparison for Peru. This is with some updated models, the most recent models from the IPCC. This is for temperature. You can see, again, most mines in Peru are expected also to see an increase in temperature. And this is for precipitation. In this case, it depends much more on whether we're talking about the optimistic or the pessimistic scenario. But again, almost every mine in Peru will also likely see some changes in precipitation and in temperature over the next 30 years. So again, the point to take away from this is that climate change is going to affect mining operations. Well, let's zoom in a little bit to try to understand how. What will this mean in individual mining operations? Drawing from literature on this topic, these are some examples that have already been given and had research on them. Phillips has pointed out concerns about flooding of coastal operations. So if sea levels rise, of course, this may flood coastal mining operations. He also noted water scarcity. Again, I don't need to tell that to this crowd. Chilean mining industry is well familiar with the mega drought and its impacts on the industry. Mass movement is another concern. If we have major flooding events or changes in precipitation patterns, this could cause mass movement at mine sites, particularly concerning, of course, in the case of tailings, if this can cause failure of dams, as we've seen in cases of Brazil in the last decade. Just to give a sense of a dollar figure on this, Domingos, this is fairly old literature, this was in 2012, but it was trying to just estimate the impacts of this in Greece and estimated an $800 million climate change harm to the Greek mining sector by 2050. So again, a very broad number, very just projecting there in one country. But the idea remains that there is need for the mining industry, policymakers, and communities to be taking this seriously. Now, the other way that climate change may affect mining that the literature has pointed to is that as glacial melt occurs, this may open up new sites for mining that were previously inaccessible. So this has been happening already in Greenland. There's a lot of prospecting going on in Greenland. As glaciers melt, will there be new access to other resources? And of course, I've heard this here in Chile as well. And it's a very contentious topic, as of course I'm sure this audience is well aware of. So this is something also to keep an eye on and to be aware of, that as glaciers melt, there may be new resources available, but with its own levels of conflict, impacts on local communities who depend on those glaciers, etc. Okay, so that's the first interaction between climate change and mining. The second is that the mining industry emits its own greenhouse gas emissions. I've already covered this very briefly, but I'll go into a little more detail here. You all are probably aware of the way in which industrial emissions are divided. There's scope 1 emissions, which are the direct emissions. So at a mine, for example, this would be your own trucks, your own vehicles, what they emit. The mine site itself completely controlled by that company. There's indirect emissions, such as purchased energy. You may not control entirely yourself, but you have some impact on how much of it is used. And then scope 3 are indirect and not controlled by the company really at all. So this may be the end use of your product, for example. What are its carbon emissions? So the obvious first question when you think of the interaction between climate change and mining, of mining contributing to climate change, is how much? How much does the industry actually contribute to greenhouse gas emissions? You would hope that we'd have an easy answer to this, but as with most things, it's not an easy answer. So there's a lot of variables. There's which scopes are we talking about? Are we including coal or not? And I've put here 3 different estimates. This first one, Hodgkinson estimated 15% of global emissions from the mining industry. Everything else I've seen suggests that's very high. McKinsey, the McKinsey company, projected 4 to 7% of global emissions, 1% from scope 1 and 2, and 3 to 6% from fugitive methane emissions from coal. So again, they included coal there. And in general, this seems to be a pretty low estimate. The International Council on Mining and Metals in 2012, so this is outdated data, but they estimated about 2%, 1 from scope 1 and 1 from scope 2. But then the study that I have found to be probably the most reliable from Azadi et al. This was published in a very reputable journal, Nature Climate Change, estimates 3.6 million kilotons of CO2 equivalent in 2018 by the mining industry. So I did the little math myself. If we take total global GHG emissions in 2018, which was 46.1 million according to the World Bank, we had about 7.8% of global emissions from the mining industry. Now, unfortunately, they didn't break this down for us in terms of scope. Makes things complicated for us. They did give us this chart, which breaks things down in terms of the different metals and how much carbon emissions are due to each of these different metals that are extracted. You can see the top line, I know that's small text. The top line is the total. The next is iron, and the next is aluminum. And they make up the vast majority of this, which is unsurprising. I've put here total production based on metals, iron, and then bauxite and aluminum. Aluminum as the source, or bauxite as the source for aluminum, are by far the most produced metals in the global economy. So this is unsurprising. Most of this would be coming from there. But you can see also they've broken it down by categories. So we have production and the actual mining process, and you can see that in the greens and the oranges and the yellows. I won't go into too much detail on that. But these authors also make note that energy intensity, they make specific note of the case of Chile, they're using Chile as a case study, that energy intensity of the mining industry here has increased over the last couple of decades, in large part due to declining ore grades. So this is something to keep in mind. The energy intensity, that means the amount of energy needed to produce a unit of, say, copper, has increased, despite the need for us to try and reduce our carbon emissions. So this is something to pay attention to. But as John also noted, companies are making commitments in this regard. So the International Council on Mining and Metals committed in 2021 to a goal of net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 2050. Again, this is very complicated. I'm sure that there are a lot of numbers involved in that and plans and how that will work out. If this is based on carbon offsets, as John mentioned, this is extremely complicated to actually measure and to demonstrate that it's having its effect. So this will be complex, but it is encouraging. The industry is paying attention to this and is working on the issue to reduce their emissions. And I will say that carbon emissions is one thing that the industry can make a real impact on, right? So mining will inevitably have land use change. It's going to open up a big hole in the ground. The mining industry really can't do much about that, but it can do a lot about carbon emissions. It can transfer to renewable energies to reduce this itself. So this may be one where there actually is room for the industry to show that it's taking this seriously. The next interaction between climate change and mining is that public policy and industry practice affect both of these. And one policy intended to affect one may inevitably affect the other as well. Again, I know that this is very small text, hard to see up there, but this is showing another angle at what I showed in one of my first slides of the mineral demands to respond to the clean energy needs by 2050. These are three different scenarios for responding to climate change. And it's showing the metal demands that will be required from the present to 2050. So that first one that you see there, the B2DS, that's a 1.75 degree scenario. So if we're to keep, in fact, it's only 50% chance. If we want a 50% chance of reducing carbon emissions such that we will be able to keep global climate change to below 1.75 degrees Celsius by 2100, that's what we have to be producing in terms of metals. You can see we go from 40 million tons to like 180 million tons, a big increase. For the less ambitious scenarios, that's the middle one is a 2 degree scenario. The lowest one is a 2.75 degree scenario. We have less requirements, but even in that 2.75 degree scenario, we're talking a doubling of these materials. So the point I want to make on this slide is, again, that policy intended to respond to climate change, to mitigate climate change, is going to have a dramatic effect on the mining industry, right? So policy of one is going to affect the other. Another example that I want to show from my own research is related to desalination here in Chile. There is a lot of public optimism by policymakers, by the industry, by the public for desalination to be an effective response to climate change here in Chile. In the midst of a mega drought, water is scarce, we can invest in desalination. There's a long coastline, right? So maybe desalination is our way out of that problem. And as you can see, this has resulted in the mining industry investing heavily in desalination. This is from 2009 to 2018. The light blue on the top is brackish water. So this is just using seawater without desalinating it. And then the gray is desalinated. So you can see desalination, the use of desalinated water by the industry as a percentage of its use increased from 1% to 12% over that decade. It's a big increase. And that's projected to continue, and even more so. This doesn't break up brackish and desalinated water, unfortunately, but it does show this dramatic increase in the use of seawater in mining operations. Now, this has all sorts of impacts. First, I want to note that over these time periods, unfortunately, this desalinated water will not reduce the amount of continental water used. In fact, continental water use is projected to still increase by the mining industry. So I point out in my research on this that we can't solve the problems of water scarcity with desalination unless it's actually going to reduce the use of continental water supplies that we're after. But this is an example, again, of how a policy intended to respond to climate change is being used by the mining industry, is affecting the mining industry, and in turn also will have some impacts on climate change. So there are heavy energy requirements for desalination operations, both to desalinate that water and to pump it 3,000 meters to high elevation mines. The fourth interaction between climate change and mining is what I call intersecting impacts. The idea here is that communities affected by one or the other of climate change and mining may also be particularly vulnerable to the other. The photo that I've put here is of Nueva Fuerabamba. This is a small community in Apurímac, Peru, where I have done fieldwork and research and interviews. It's primarily a Quechua community and is now host to one of the world's largest copper mines, Las Bambas. And this community is called Nueva Fuerabamba because the original Fuerabamba was moved to make way for the mine. This community was built with very high standards of living. You can see it's a well-ordered, a beautiful community. And yet the communities remain in protest against the mining company because they no longer have access to their traditional lands and livelihoods that they've used for generations to sustain their families. And there are also other impacts that are taking place from the mine. There's concerns over the dust on agricultural livelihoods. There's local economic impacts of local inflation that makes it hard to get labor for farms, etc. So there's concern in this regard over the impact of the mine in this community. At the same time that as I talk to farmers, they have noted already climate change is taking place. This is communities that 3,000 to 4,000 meters above sea level. This is often where climate change impacts take place first, is at high latitudes and high elevations. And they've experienced changes in frost and hail patterns that are making it more difficult to maintain livelihoods. So this is a concept of double exposures. Communities that are exposed to one harm may also be exposed to another. And these are communities that are in particular need of public policy to respond to these sorts of impacts, so that there's not a double loss in the face of globalization and in the face of global environmental change. Okay, the next interaction is perceptions and responses. So the idea here is that the way we talk about climate change, the way we think about it, the way it's covered in the press, the way it's talked about by companies and by government officials, and the same thing for mining, the way we talk about these things affects the policies we make about them. So what I've put here is an image from a journal article by Cronenberg, a fantastic article, where he compared the Kumtor mine in Kyrgyzstan, which was removing a large amount of glacier ice, I think something like 100 million cubic meters of glacier ice to get at the ore beneath. And there was little international public attention to this issue. And then he compares it to the case of Pascualama here in Chile, where a much smaller amount of ice was removed or was planned to be removed by the mining company, and it was heavily protested, eventually blocked, and it received a lot of public attention. Now, you could interpret this a couple of ways. One would be, you could say, well, maybe we don't need to worry so much about this here because look, it's a much bigger issue over there. Another is, maybe the information we've learned about glaciers here is information we can consider to think about at a broader scale in the world. I'm not really here to take a position on that, but rather to show that the ways in which we talk, the sorts of media coverage that happen, the ways in which international networks address issues, the sorts of stakeholders that are present and the democratic freedoms that are present to allow that sort of speech to take place affects the way that we respond to climate change, which in turn also affects our mining. And this will have a big impact on these sorts of responses that we have to the impacts of climate change and our efforts to address it. And then the last interaction between climate change and mining that I will put here is that all of this takes place in a political and economic context. So the 5 other interactions that are much more direct are all taking place in a globalized economy, in countries, individual countries, and in individual communities that affect these dynamics even more. So again, I know I've put small text here, so I'll explain what you're seeing if you're not able to read it. First, this gray line that starts here on the bottom is copper prices from 1990 to 2021. The blue line is China's GDP growth as an annual percentage. And the green line is the United States annual GDP growth. So you can see that China's GDP growth in particular has a really, there's a correlation there, a tight correlation to the sorts of changes we're seeing in copper pricing, because China's infrastructural development had a big demand for copper, for the wiring that was needed to create this infrastructure. But I've also put in here these 2 gray bars, one in the economic crisis of 2007, 2008, and one here at the pandemic, just to show examples of how both of these unplanned global events affected all of these things. So the way in which mining is taking place, the way in which climate change is going to continue, the way in which industry responds to it and policymakers respond to it are very much contextualized. They're a part of this broader global system that each individual actor has very little control over, and that may have surprises in store along the way. And then we can think of this in smaller scales too. At a national level, I started this in 1990, of course, an important year here in Chile for the return to democracy, and also when private investment in mining began to reemerge more fully. And then you can think at the local level as well. So this does not include, of course, you can't see here in these scales, the local communities who are engaging in individual livelihoods and responding to these global impacts at the same time that they're addressing challenges of climate change and mining in their own communities. Okay, so let's go back to this framework. We've now walked our way through all of these interactions between climate change and mining, and hopefully I've left you with some things to think about each of those, how they relate to each other, and what this means for mining and climate change policy here in Chile and in countries around the world. But I have talked a lot, and so if you take nothing else back to your homes or offices, these are the things that I hope you will remember from this presentation. The first is that the clean energy transition will require an increase in extraction of certain minerals. We will see a major increase in that regard, according to the ways in which society is addressing the climate change problem at present. The second is this extraction can have benefits to the mining industry, for government revenue, for social programs, for jobs creation, etc. So here in Chile, if there's an increase in demand for copper, this may have a lot of positive benefits on these particular concerns for public policy. However, it also has heavy risks for the environment and for society. And this leads to this next, the last bullet point. Actually, I'll jump over and I'll come back to the next one. The negative impacts of these interactions concentrate at the local scale, but can accumulate globally. So that map I showed at the beginning from the Environmental Justice Atlas demonstrates that mining impacts are intensely local. The operations affect local environments most and local communities most. And it's easy to think of those as separate, isolated events. But when we zoom out, we see this is a global issue. We are accumulating global, local impacts from climate change that are in turn intersecting, to return to this fourth bullet point, directly and indirectly with climate change. So what I presented today, for me at least, is sobering. It leads me to wonder if the clean energy transition is just going to cause all sorts of new social and environmental problems, then where does that leave us? Is it inevitable that we will just always be going from one crisis to the next? Well, I hope not. And so I want to leave with some hope today, some things that we can do. What are ways forward that we can work on? One is that we can moderate demand for metals. We can do this first through reconsidering our consumption patterns. So first of all, there is much superfluous consumption that drives our economic growth. These are things that we can consider their long-term impacts. Is this sort of consumption-based growth the sort that we can maintain sustainably, indefinitely for our children and their children and their children? If we reassess that, then we can start thinking about smarter ways to consume. So for example, we've put a lot of trust in a transition to electric vehicles to respond to climate change as a way to mitigate our emissions. And electric vehicles will have an enormous impact in reducing carbon emissions. But we could also consider the benefit of instead investing more in public transportation infrastructure, which would have fewer metal requirements, promote issues of equity in countries as well. So this is the issue of smarter demand for metals. I know industry in the room doesn't want to hear that necessarily, that we want to reduce our demand for metals. But this brings me to my second point, which John already has raised as well, is this idea of the circular economy. As John showed, this is very much in its infancy, and there are opportunities here for industry that works in metals production to offer new supplies, new availabilities, to modify existing financial and technological frameworks to make this a reality. It will require a lot of investment, but in the long term, I hope that my slides have shown the benefits of pursuing this sort of development. And then lastly, if we moderate our demand, if we advance the circular economy, we still will have demand for new materials. We still will have demand for mining that needs to be met, and that can be done better in ways that reduce our carbon emissions, as I talked about previously, in ways that respond to the concerns of communities and ensure the voices of those who are most affected by these operations have a say in which it's done, the benefits of that, and whether it takes place in their communities and how it does so. I will stop there just to show you the references. Again, this is very much based in academic and gray literature. These are the references that I have pulled from here to give you this presentation today. And again, I want to thank MSLAO for inviting me here, also for funding research related to this topic of mine. I also want to thank the Abdul Latif Jamil Water and Food Systems Lab, JWAFS at MIT, which has also funded my work and does fantastic work on water in general, including here in Latin America. The Inter-American Foundation for grants of my work as well. But these perspectives are, of course, my own. So thank you very much for having me today. And again, thank you to MSLAO for the invitation.
Muchas gracias, Scott. Y ahora tenemos harto input. La idea es poder conversar y poder, o que surjan más preguntas, o poder solucionar aquellas que más nos inquietan. Para eso vamos a invitar acá a
And for that, we'll invite Patricio Cristi. Patricio is Associate Partner, People Advisory with EY, and he's a specialist in matters of change management, communication strategies, culture and identity, also process optimization and organizational transformation, who will lead our workshop to then take us to more concrete solutions for these ideas that emerged. So I'll leave the floor to you, Patricio.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están?
Hello, how are you? We are going to change location because the workshop has been prepared to be held on the second floor. We have all of the tables, all of the layouts ready for you to meet and collaborate. So we'll wait for everyone on the second floor.